Hello, this is Shay Ketchum, and welcome to my Let's Play of Tangle Tower, the third game in the Detective Grimoire series, despite it not actually including the title in there for some odd reason. Now, to be clear, just like my previous videos on the games in this series, this is 100%, will possibly be in one video, probably, and I have already played through it, so of course I know what I'm doing. Don't expect this to be a blind Let's Play. I will be providing voice actor roles for each of the characters we come across, except for those we've already run into in the previous games. And will help guide you to any potential missable achievements. So, let's get started. Just click a file, and begin. Tangle Tower, mid-afternoon. Lake's Edge. Well, the game clearly wants us to click on her.
You ready, Sally?
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Case file. Murder victim, Freya Fellow, age 19. Died while painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, age 58. Location, Flora's Tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. So, yes, a few things immediately. In case you've never played these games, or in case you played the second one, or just see my videos, the art style is immediately different. It's a bit more roundish, I guess you could say, and also far more colorful. I'll be honest, I do kind of miss the darker art style, but this one is great as well. Secondly, not only do we still have Grimoire, obviously still voiced by Edwin Tuong, and he does a fantastic job, but Sally, one of the suspects from the previous game, is now Grimoire's detective partner. She is still voiced by Amber Lee Connors. If you want to know about some of their other roles, I listed them in the previous game. Now you may be wondering, why is Sally his partner? I do not have an answer for you, because the game also does not give an answer. Like, legitimately. There is no answer. Reportedly, from the information I can gather, Sally was designed to be about 3 years older than she was in the previous game. Assuming this information is correct, that means it's been at least 3 years since the previous game. But there's not really any information delving into why she's suddenly working with Grimoire other than, I don't know, maybe being a favorite of the fans and the developers. Regardless, she's here, and she's just as great a character. Albeit a bit more serious than before. And just like the previous game, click on anything and everything you want to in order to gain information.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
Obviously, the game is fully voiced, just like the previous one, although, unlike the previous one, where dialogue advanced automatically, you do have to click it, which I appreciate. It allows me to pause it without getting rid of the voice dialogue.
I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put. For now. Probably.
Loving the confidence.
Loving the trademark style of humor still.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like Walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent, wooden wind chimes.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Oddly specific tune for birds to sing.
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah, water with poison in it. It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
Unfortunately... wait.
So, who do you think did it?
Sally, you know full well we haven't met a single suspect yet. We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
I'm sure you do. Unfortunately, Grimoire and Sally are the only returning characters. Officer James and the little girl do not show up in this game. Well, maybe. We'll get to that later. As in the previous games, you have a list of things for your case file, such as profiles and evidence. In this case, we have our actual case file, and we have Tangle Tower. A small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. It is surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. And of course, Freya Fellow. It'll actually show you the relationship each suspect has with each other, in case you forget. Notes on each of the... just specific notes on giving you details about them. Murder victim died while painting a portrait of Flora. Location, Flora's tower. Flora was present, posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound. No weapon was found at the scene. Red color in the tip is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. Stuff like that. And a mystery about them. How was Freya killed? And press this button in the bottom left in order to move. In the previous games, you could either just, well, press on the location itself, or just press a walk button. This is sort of more of a walk button type feature, but you can go anywhere easily. This is your main map screen. Once you unlock a location, just click it and they will immediately go there no matter how far away they are. The gardens.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg. It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
So yes, click on everything you can. Unlike in the previous game, it is not required to click on everything in order to achieve 100% completion. It is more so just for humorous dialogue. Though sometimes it may be important.
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard. This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
A little bit.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
Ah, I would enjoy this quiet.
That must be Tangle Tower.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
Even if I've played this game before, it's still funny.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second. This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Oh, you don't say. It doesn't seem like this puzzle can be solved yet. Probably the only puzzle in the game that's like this, where it will outright tell you you can't do anything with this. And it's true. Regardless of whether you actually know the solution, such as, let's say you beat the game, find out the solution to this puzzle, and then start a new game, it will not matter if you enter in the correct sequence or not. It still won't open.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
However, it will be entered into the evidence. The harp statue, an old, weathered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments. However, there's something bubbling over here. Or rippling.
It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
A damaged tape. The cassette tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible. Clearly, someone has something to hide.
It's a path through the leads up to the house, I assume.
Main entrance.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tower.
Twar.
I still love the humor.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
Open letter. The envelope has been ripped open. There is a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Well, that's appropriately ominous.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not?
Oddly specific ring.
It's a little melody.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
I mean, what else would they be for? I think they'd be a little too big for any bugs.
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
That's surely not specific.
That leads back to the gardens. Which one do you think came first? The tree or the house?
The age-old question. A path leading towards the stone square.
It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red.
How oddly specific.
It's red, but it's just red.
Grand Hall. Yeah, if you couldn't tell by the map here, this is a big area. This is probably the longest of the games thus far. Especially with the amount of things you can click on and the amount of things you have to solve.
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Well, she's not wrong.
We should try and be finished before it gets dark. No pressure.
Any particular reason there?
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
I mean, it could be. Is it a good soil?
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
Don't ruin her mood, Grimoire.
We should try and be fresher.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
Trying a little too hard for that joke, buddy.
How very P-ceptive of you.
You're missing a bit of an R in there.
Finally, don't ruin this.
Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore.
Can you? Actually, it's a legitimate question. Can you call something an aquarium if there's no living anything in it? Does that still count, or is it just a tank of water? Questions for later.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Well, let's look closer. It's a very big family tree with a lot of alliteration.
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
Lady Fellow.
Do these people not have first names?
Probably not.
Lord Remington.
He sounds important. Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my bathroom.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I have no idea what she's talking about, and I don't think I want to know.
Lord Pointer.
This goes back a couple of generations. Lady Pointer.
How do you become a lady? I want to be a lady.
Okay, then. So, this probably would be a good time to mention that you should very much have been playing the previous game, Detective Grimoire, Secret of the Swamp. Because the plot of that game is quite interconnected to this one.
Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
Flint Fellow.
A purebred fellow, if there ever was one. Married a randomer, though.
Do you think he still lives here? Felix Fellow. Looks like he married his way into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here? Emily Everstone.
That name sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it?
No?
Edward Everstone, at your service.
That's a pretty cool name. Can I call you Ed?
You don't need to. Everyone just calls me Echo.
Do you think she still lives here? Fitzfellow. Half fellow, half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here? Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here?
Damien Dusk.
Honestly, that's an awesome name.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
I mean, I don't know, is it too late to go to Hotel Dusk?
It's Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Yeah. She's very much barely related. It's almost off to the side.
Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file. Primrose Remington.
I always liked the name Primrose.
Do you think she still lives here?
Richard Remington.
The one and only.
Gee, why does that name sound familiar?
It's a letter Remington was writing. Before something caused him to spill his ink bottle. My dear fellow, I received your note 2 weeks ago, but have only recently found the time to do the appropriate research on the matter. I feel like my time in this awful swamp might finally come to a close. All due to the simple realization, the rest is obscured. What a tease.
Oh well. It's probably my imagination.
Lord
This goes back.
I already clicked that. My man.
Percival Pointer. He married into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here? Buck Brackley.
What a name.
Do you think he still lives here?
Pandora Pointer.
All this alliteration isn't happening by accident, is it?
Probably not.
Do you think she still lives here?
This is probably all very intentional. Like, regardless of whatever your name is, you probably have to have some form of alliteration in it.
Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here? Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here?
And with all that out of the way, it's time to finally head to the crime scene. Flora's Tower.
Let's take a look at that painting first. There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
She still did a fantastic job, honestly. Very interesting painting. Painted portrait. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene, and something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Yes, this is something you could do in the previous game, where you would have to use two statements and form them together with two other, well, I guess in this case more two items and with two statements to form a sentence. This can come out really funny. It's completely covered in blood because Freya was going to eat it.
Paintbrush is completely covered in blood because it stabbed Freya. Nope.
The game will obviously tell you that you're wrong. However, it will also very kindly tell you if you only have one part of the statement wrong, just to let you know how close you are.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Now we actually can properly begin. An unfinished painting. And now the game is opened up, so we can actually properly start exploring. As should be obvious, not all of the mansion is available right now, but it will unlock over time. But for right now, let's see everything we have here.
There it is.
So-
looks that way. The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
I mean, it is true. There's no weapon. And yet, very little blood, very close to the canvas. It's a mystery how she died.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Brush and palette. The palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint.
Freya's painting supplies.
Freya's paints. Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. The glass pots are all cracked down one side. How interesting.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there. The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
Wow, how perceptive of you, Sally.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room. A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read. It's so dark back there.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
I mean, there's only so much space for the light to spread.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Yeah, let's just ignore the giant eye sitting on the roof. Surely that's nothing.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Gramophone. It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's a noticeable crack running through it, all the way from the horn down through the tape deck. How many of you have actually seen a gramophone in your life? I'd be curious to know.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
Crack tape. The cassette tape has a crack down the middle. There's a handwritten message on the label. To Freya. That is really pink. Wow.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Worth trying. We have 2 cassette tapes after all. The gramophone can still be used to listen to audio cassettes. So just click whichever one you want. And press the play button.
It's piano music.
It's a recording of piano music. It plays for a short while before stopping. I'm gonna let it play out. honestly quite beautiful. Like, I just wanted to let that play out because it's just a very nice piece. As should be obvious by these buttons, you can stop it, you can rewind it. You can also fast forward it. And you can eject it. Now, let's hear with the other one. Surely it must be just as beautiful, right? Well, that was unnerving.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
It's a recording of someone walking outdoors. A distorted humming melody can be heard. I'm sure that won't be important later.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
That counts as the same evidence. Oh well.
Is that an egg?
Well, that thing sure sticks out.
An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
Well, clearly we can't just ignore this.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
So, welcome to one of the game's many puzzles. At least the first one we're able to solve. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I am not a fan of the puzzles in this game. I will talk about why later on after we roll the credits and I'm giving my final thoughts. But suffice to say, they're probably my least favorite part of this game. And kind of bring it down for me. Just a bit. Now, as for this puzzle, as it says, swap the positions of the gems, rotate the egg to see a clue on the back. Press this button to rotate it. The thing is, this isn't even really a clue. This is more so just, well, the answer. You just have to basically make it look like this. So, the final solution for this puzzle is, well, actually,
Nope.
Did you check the clue on the back of the egg? I'm pretty sure it explains where to put each of the gemstones.
Well, that's certainly helpful. I'll be perfectly honest. I really don't care about these puzzles enough to solve them legitimately. At least not again. So I have the answers pulled up. Assuming that these answers are correct. Let's see. How did it get over there? And with that,
I got it.
that is your solution.
I'm impressed.
To be clear, there is no actual flaw for failing these puzzles. It's just, it takes time. That's about it. And is why I have the answers pulled up next to me, because, again, I've played this game before. I don't want to have to suffer through doing these again.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
I mean, it basically can be. Empty egg. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is a soft, velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. Well, how about we talk to the person who's conspicuously in the room?
Flora... Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
When talking to suspects, you will have a variety of options to choose from. Obviously, the encounter, which you can replay if you want to, I guess. Talking about them and what they did yesterday.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
And then you can get their statement once you have finished those.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
It's like a classic lock room murder mystery. Sort of. Now, when talking to suspects, you can go over and present their profiles of other suspects, or even their own profile to them, for additional information.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window? Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Yeah, as it should be obvious, Flora doesn't speak. At all. And so I don't need to list a voice actor for her, because she doesn't have one. You can also present your evidence to them. And while I will generally wait before I got my words mixed up. While I will wait until I speak with all the suspects before truly presenting a lot of the evidence, just so we can get a bunch of it out of the way, and because this is 100%, so I will show presenting all the evidence to them, every single piece. There are two that you want to absolutely make sure to do this with. Tangle Tower and the case file. There are 2 achievements in this game. Specifically, it's my case file and Tangle Tower Historian. These two achievements are for presenting, well, the Tangle Tower painting and the case file to every suspect in the game. This is easily missable if you just simply decide not to do it, because I think you don't even need to, at all. Regardless, it's time to move on. Welcome to the workshop. Give me 1 second to pull up what I need to. I'm very hoping that those little pauses aren't picked up in the recording because, well, I kind of have to click away from it.
Puffer fish?
Puffer fish.
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason.
I mean, why not?
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Painted model, a wooden carving of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints were found nearby. Odd. No red paint anywhere.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Interesting.
A map with a dotted line and an X marked on it.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
Well, how else do you describe a treasure map?
More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
What is mead, actually? I know ale is basically alcohol, if I remember correctly. I don't know what mead is. I don't think I've ever come across it.
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh, that's not delectable either.
Oh. It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light.
I think if it did do that, we'd be in trouble.
A lot of redundant light sources in here. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
Only if he sings to us.
That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so.
I mean, if we get really too deep into this mystery, we could just ask the conch shell what to do. It holds all the answers, clearly.
An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed. Shelf junk. The entire room is
Oh, it's not just the actual hull. A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
mood.
I do love Sally's attitude. It is very much my attitude.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
I don't think I've seen a barometer, period. So, moving on.
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Well, that's just terrifying.
Oh.
Sounds like the plot of a Goosebumps book.
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
Everything is cursed, Grimoire. Everything.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
Yeah, I guess so.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
True.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Use the treasure map to discover the combination for the chest padlock. So, this puzzle is very much exactly what it says on the tin. We are inputting the coordinates to what we see on this picture. where we have to discover where it is on this map. What exactly lines up with it? We have a dragon, or sea monster, whatever this is. This rock, there's a tree way over there, and looks like a patch of land with an X on it. We line up on the letter, number, and the compass direction with these. Here is the letter row, the number row, as in just, yeah, and the compass direction of where it is. Though I have to personally complain, I think the compass direction actually makes this puzzle a bit more confusing to work out. It feels like it doesn't even need to be there. Now, under normal circumstances, you may think, maybe it's here. This seems the most obvious. And that's what I thought too at first. In actuality, it would be over here. Because if you look at the image, the rock is technically a little away from the actual serpent, and the tree is quite far away. So, that would be H 6 W for the west.
That's done it.
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Wow, they are. Painted models. A model resembling a child with green hair. A model resembling a woman with gray hair. A model resembling a red and white bird. And a model resembling a broad-shouldered man. The wooden models have been hand-painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is laying nearby. The brush has some dried red paint on it. How interesting.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, that sort of thing.
Ah, yes, Felix Fellow. Honestly, probably one of my more liked members of the cast. He's such a jovial and kind of bubbling character. It's very endearing. What caught me by surprise, however, was his voice actor. He's voiced by Doug Stone, and at a glance, I did not recognize the name. But I really feel like I should have, because I've heard him in a good few places, and I guarantee you have as well. Because Doug Stone is also the voice actor for Dr. Light in Mega Man 11, and I believe also Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Gilbert in Fire Emblem Three Houses, the game's worst father. God, Annette deserved such a better father in that game. And probably most shockingly, he's Psycho Mantis from the Metal Gear series. Yes, this man has the same voice actor as Psycho Mantis from Metal Gear Solid and his various other appearances. I would never have guessed that, because this man clearly has the vocal range of just a master. So, that's fun. So tell us about yourself, Felix, and show more of your great voice acting in this game that makes me laugh.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Where were you yesterday?
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. Well, I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
Anything at all, man. You have to give us something. The murder clearly happened right in the tower, so you had to have noticed something, anything at all. Give us your statement.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right.
Aw.
Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Well, I mean, good man standing by his wife. Once again, I will pretty much wait until we actually meet everyone before presenting the suspect profiles and the majority of the evidence. But I will get these out of the way first.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
I mean, that's one way to make sure your estranged family doesn't come back.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
This is actually a good time to mention that, unlike in the previous games where there would only be some pieces of evidence where they would actually give a unique response, and some others where they would just give a generic response that they clearly have no idea what it's about, in this game, every suspect basically has a unique response for practically every piece of evidence. The only one that sort of shares dialogue tends to be these two. The damage tape and the crack tape. And that's about it. Every suspect profile and every piece of evidence has a unique response, which is why it actually pays to talk to them about it, even if sometimes they give similar information to each other. Welcome to Freya's room, which is quite, well, quite a thing.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Photo painting. A small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edge.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
If you're wondering what that little buzzing sound is, in case you're hearing it, it is this. I cannot do anything about that unless I were to go into the options here, the little settings, where I could turn down the music, voices, sound effects, and ambience if I wanted to. I could also change the text language, and here you can see the achievements. You can also change it from full screen mode to windowed mode and set the resolution. We'll talk about this in a minute. Well, more at the end of the game, really.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Do you think this was
I don't know.
No windows either? Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger.
Maybe. Some of them are rather specific. What's with this one giant crab here? Food for thought.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Yeah, Grimoire, what are you talking about? There's some pillows scattered around, but that's about it. I don't know if I would exactly call that messy.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Freya's drawings. A drawing of a man standing with a woman in a garden. He's holding a red rose. A drawing of a young woman. A drawing of a person wearing a cloak.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? And there's no natural light in here at all.
I like it.
I mean, it's kind of nice. Though, it does feel a bit suffocating in some cases. Like no one was meant to be in here.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside. It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Fascinating.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
That's fascinating. You'd think there would be something in there.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Could be a dolphin.
Painting supplies. That painting. is
Why
real.
would you
Maybe
think
there's
it's a photograph?
Thankfully, you can just click rapidly if you mess up and get repeated dialogue like I do.
Do you think this was always
I don't
in
know.
Windows either?
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Clearly. Now, what's this little thing over here?
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Swap the brushes into the correct order. Arrange the paper to find a clue. And it would be correct. You do need to arrange the paper. Because otherwise, you will basically just be guessing. So, my usual method is to get everything in one spot so I can actually do this. The paper is arranged as such. Unfortunately, the paper itself doesn't actually stick together like in some other puzzles. By which I mean, if you move one piece to another piece, it doesn't stick together as one image. But here's your hint. It's essentially a little chart showing you what type of shape, what brush shape there is, the order they are in, the length of the brush, and the color of it. So, yeah. With all that said, the order is to put this pink paintbrush first. This green tipped one stays where it is. The other green one goes third, so regular brush shape, I guess you could say. The regular brush shape that's blue stays down here, so the short one. And then swap this big blue one with the pink tipped one.
That's done it.
And that's it.
Neat. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Ripped photo. A photograph of two young girls, one with red hair, the other with green hair. The photo has a large piece missing. It seems to have been ripped off. That's a comforting thought. Clearly, it indicates happy thoughts that a photo of people together has been ripped in half. Or I guess, ripped in third in this case.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight?
With all that said, there's not really anything else in here. So, let's over to this direction. Welcome to the library, where there's a lot of books, obviously. But first off, we want to look at this.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Oh, that's adorable.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
It probably would, actually. For examining this snow globe, you will get the achievement, a souvenir. Yeah, that's all it is. You'll just get that achievement. No idea why it's there, but it is something you can mix, because you never have to examine the snow globe.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it. It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
What must be?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Your joke was better than mine, Sally.
Nice. Books about ancient history, I think?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
Why is the bookshelf tipped over? Can literally no one pick this one up?
Books about geography.
Skip.
Wow. Okay. Guess he doesn't have a great subject.
Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Huh. Fascinating. Almost like someone is taken all of them. For some reason. Guess someone's really interested in insects in this house.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched.
I guess someone in this house really isn't interested in space that much.
It's musty.
What
Not
exactly?
you asked.
Nice. What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
I guess. Interesting thought there.
Sure. Why
The
not?
search is downright poetic.
Trying to look at the light there, but I guess that works too.
Books about nature? Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Yeah. I mean, you probably could have figured that out just by talking to her.
It's musty in here.
What exactly?
You asked.
Nice.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
I mean, unnerving, but helpful. Bird book. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has a particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica, pictured right here.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Can maybe be both.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Fascinating.
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
So, looking at this chalkboard is optional. It does not give you any evidence or anything, but you're still gonna want to examine those two things for later. We'll get back to that.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
But yes, make sure to examine it. At least on a first playthrough.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
I actually have no idea if the dialogue changes if you've been, like... Basically, if you've spent less than 23 minutes at the game. I doubt it. Anyway, for Fifi Fellow, which is technically not her actual name, but, I mean, she goes by Fifi, so we'll call her that. She's voiced by Sarah Ann Williams, who has voiced characters such as Peacock in Skullgirls, which is a game you should play, Lene from Under Night in Birth, though to be technical, she only voices her in the crossover game Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, as it's the only game where the Under Night in Birth characters have actually gotten English voices. Under Night in Birth is also a great game series that you should play. It's really cool. But she's also the voice of Sayaka Miki from Madoka Magica. I wish I could say more than that, but I've never seen Madoka Magica in any form, so I don't have much thought to give. Regardless, she does a fantastic job. Fifi's probably one of my favorite members of the cast, honestly. She's just a lot of fun. Alright, tell us about yourself, Fifi.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Honestly, I would alter it to do that, because, yeah, it sounds funny. It's also a great way to immediately tell people, yeah, stop. Too much, conversation over. What were you doing yesterday?
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
Well, glad we cleared that up. Just sitting in the room crying, that's, I mean, you do what you want, Fifi. Now, about your statement.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
I mean, it might hamper your thinking for a little bit, but clearly it wasn't affecting you. Or at least, not as much.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Yeah.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Well, not yet, anyway. Who knows? There's always a possibility. And it's the job of a detective to consider...
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
It's the job of a detective to consider every possibility, no matter how crazy it is.
Can't wait.
You can just choose to go there now. Which, honestly, we may as well. Welcome to Fifi's room, where we're gonna get into another puzzle, of course. But first off,
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
I mean, maybe he should have a hat too. Then again, he'd probably lose it. Again.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise!
Save it for the judge.
They're so much fun together.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Yeah. I mean, with how smart Fifi is, I wouldn't be surprised if she literally just made her own drink to keep her going.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
I mean, it could be a clue, depending on how much we need to know about microbiology for this case.
What's that big book?
Looks like
Is it
it's just a bunch of notes about her.
scientific formulas? Probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means. Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
Don't you lie! You've done it in both of the previous games.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
That's a whole lot of books.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that man. Are they any good?
I'm gonna assume you're joking because that is a very famous thing, Grimoire.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
I mean, that is kind of what they sound like. Not gonna lie.
It's a bed.
Barely. Boxes of stuff.
How specific?
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
I guess she really just doesn't care about them.
That's a whole lot of books. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Well, that's comforting.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
Yeah, actually. We just got here. So... when did she have time to draw this? Heck, we just met her.
Arrows connecting all the different suspects.
They're not labeled, though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless. Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Who is that?
No idea.
Obviously, if you have not met one of the suspects, they will have no idea who any of them are. But if you have met them,
That's gotta be Flora.
they will comment on that. But it's nothing specific.
Who's that?
Not sure. Who is that?
No idea.
Who is that?
No idea.
Who is that?
No idea. That's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I?
Yes. Now, there is no purpose to looking at this, but if you do, then you will get the achievement Professional Snoop, which requires you to examine both this piece of paper and the family tree in the Grand Hall. So, make sure to do that.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
I guess she doesn't consider herself a suspect.
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is a microscope.
I mean, it looks like it's partly a microscope. Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct positions. The correct position is a key. Or I guess in this case, the correct shape is this key right here. We are trying to form a key out of these magnifying lenses, which, not only zoom in differently, as you can tell, but zoom out. This one has a minus symbol to indicate it doesn't really zoom in at all. This one has 1, this has 2, this has 3. So, yeah, this is honestly a bit of an annoying puzzle, because it's very specific. You have to have a very specific shape with this one. If you do not get it correct, then it kind of just doesn't work.
That's the one.
But once you know what to do, it's fairly easy.
Hey, not bad. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Secret Diary, a well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device. How interesting. But that's basically all we need to do in here. Well, may as well go out to... the Stone Square.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
That's not suspicious at all.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, I don't think I've ever seen a stone dais, so same.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest first one, too. It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
Ah, if you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
Well, that's very specific. Though it is a good question, where is the head?
It's a big stone
Biggest
dais.
first one, too.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
Okay. Honestly, I don't know what way to take that joke. Because there are two ways I'm interpreting it, and I don't know which is funnier.
A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
Yeah, let's do it.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
Invite Diana to the hide and seek. I know she would have fun.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things. A little bridge leading back to the gardens. More of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how this structure is supported. Yeah, are we on an island or what?
Beats me.
I guess the water just is that special.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
I don't know, I'd call that more of a yellow house. Or a gold house. Whatever you want to call it.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
I mean, that would be cool, not gonna lie.
It's a big stone
Biggest
dais.
first one, too. Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick, Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
I mean, even if you have work to do, we have to talk to you regardless.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
Wow, you're just a big old dork underneath all that, aren't you?
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Well, give us your statement then.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Well, that was very detailed. Thank you. What do you think about Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
I mean, everyone's got something to make them more comfortable. Oh, look at this.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Rotate the dials until all 4 hands are in the correct position. You may be asking, what is the correct position? To that I say, you just have to figure it out. The game does not provide you any hint as to what it is. Unfortunately. And honestly, you may be solving this puzzle with trial and error. But a way to solve it is as such. Move the far left... God, I stumble over my words. Go to the far left clock and move its dial to 3. At least 3 where it would normally be. Then go to the far right clock and move its dial to 6. Oh. my bad. That's where a 3 is. So, move the far right clock to the 6. As you will note it, basically, whenever you move one hand, the adjacent clock hand will also move. So, you have to keep that in mind.
I got it.
And there you go. By doing this, you will move the clock hands on this one to the 9, and this third clock to the 12. Those are the correct positions. How are you supposed to figure this out? That is a fantastic question. Because there's not much of an indication as to how, other than the fact that I guess the symbols kind of look like the numbers. This kind of looks like a 9, this kind of looks like a 6, like a 12, and like a 3. But that's your only indication, really. Oy.
I'm impressed. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Small lens. A small brass tool with a curved glass lens. It is a screw at the base. How interesting. Move into the greenhouse. We seem to be being watched. But before that...
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for a greenhouse.
It's bigger in here than I thought it would be.
I mean, it is a greenhouse. You do need, like, a fair amount of room for all those plants.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Potted fruit. A potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color.
Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening.
How specific?
Tools. Used by gardening.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
That's not what that means, Grimoire.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
I'm sure that's what they all say to you.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no. That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is he a blue beetle? If in that case, he would have more so alien powers, but, you know, semantics.
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
Can flowers be poisonous?
Anything can be poisonous.
Good to know.
I mean, she's not wrong. Someone will find a way to make something poison if they try hard enough.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think.
Interesting. Make sure to examine this on a first playthrough. Just like on the board that was near Fifi.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Just make sure to examine it. Now, speaking of examining, let's go to the person examining us.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitz Fellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of fair. What? I mean, that's basically just genetic. He's just tall. That's it. Fitzfellow is voiced by Joshua Tomar. And I don't really need to discuss any more of his roles because I did that in the last video. He was the voice of Officer James, as well as Vincent Van de Beer and Bobby Burrell in the last game. If you want to know about more of his roles, go watch that video. He does a great job.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No, I'm just the gardener.
Grimoire's response there is always funny. Could you explain it to a slightly stupid person? I think that made the rounds when this game was first released because it was just such a funny statement, but it basically could be its own meme if it isn't already.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
Well, I guess we'll find out now.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Well, that's all interesting. So what do you think about Tangle Tower?
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
I mean, that's also a bit of an assumption there. You're assuming that she didn't find anything out about them.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
I mean, it would be. Who knows?
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Would certainly be an interesting twist. Let's go there now. Fitz's room, and it's certainly interesting.
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
Wow. So I guess he just lives in the darkness. He's clearly Batman. Although, considering how built he is, he's probably absolute Batman. Which you should absolutely go read. These were absolutely not meant to be puns.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Doesn't look soft. It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
Man up, Grimoire.
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock.
Oh, great.
Sort of.
Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination for the box's padlock. Yeah, this is a rather interesting puzzle. Basically, what you want to undo is rearrange the papers in very specific orders in order to basically get the correct passcode to this. Now, in terms of the orders you can get them, here's one order. You can see this type of shape here, such as this one right over here. Another one would be this, which gives us a bit of a raindrop pattern. Next, we have this, which gives us, well, basically this shape right here. And finally, by putting them in this direction, or I guess this placement, you get this little pattern. which is basically, well, sort of this shape. As a result of this, our pattern is this.
I did it. What do I win?
That is our password.
Not bad.
Truthfully, that's probably one of the simpler puzzles in the game once you actually figure out what you're doing. Honestly, the only truly difficult part of it is figuring out what order you're supposed to be going in. But it's more a matter of just time, trial and error, nothing more.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
Ornate trowel, a metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it, and letters each side of a heart. PP Heart FF. Interesting.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
By examining this, slide the lid open, then move the tiles onto the correct slots. We have a new puzzle. However, we sadly cannot really do anything with it right now. Well, technically I could. If you know what the answer is, you can. But you need a bit more information before you can solve this puzzle normally. However, you will want to keep in mind these moons and where they are placed.
Let's come back once we know what to do.
Now let's move on to where we should have headed next. The music room.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor.
It's a globe.
For globing.
I guess?
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
They are kind of nice.
Smells like a forest in here.
I mean, there is a lot of foliage.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
I think a mosaic is a bit more fancy than a mural, but I could be wrong. Because honestly, otherwise I don't know the difference either.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Horn statue. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass. You're definitely going to want to click on this one.
1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
I mean, kinda. Yeah.
That's just daylight, right?
What else would it be?
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
Make sure this isn't the Super Mario 64 piano. And now to talk to probably my favorite character in the game. At least my favorite new one.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
Yeah, that'd probably help. Tell us about yourself.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
What can you tell us about yesterday?
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
How about you give us your statement?
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The 3 of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
I mean, that was still informative. What do you think about Tangle Tower?
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
That's interesting.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
Slight note, as I've been...
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Slight note, as I've been struggling with the audio a bit in the last 2 videos, I apologize if it's a bit harder to hear Poppy, but she naturally talks quite quietly, so there's not much I can do. As for Poppy herself, she's voiced by Faye Mata, who I don't need to talk about much because I did so the last game. In the last game, she was the voice of the little girl, and if you want to know more about her other roles, go watch that video. But again, she does a fantastic job here, and I also have to explicitly state that Poppy, her theme is easily probably my favorite piece of music in this game, and possibly my favorite piece of music in the series to this point. It's just so great. The combination of, like, the piano, the guitar, it just sounds so dramatic, and it kind of sticks in my mind. Big props to the composer. Let's go to Poppy's room. And it is quite dark as usual.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
I mean, do they really count as different shades of black? At that point, they might be shades of gray. Moving on.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you. More handwritten sheet music.
Empty. A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
I don't know. Alucard might like the bed.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
I mean, they probably mean something.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Say it.
Sextopus.
I love you, Sally.
Gloomy.
But roomy. Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Sheet music. The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate, old-fashioned illustrations.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Well, this is clearly standing out.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. It is exactly what it says on the tin. Each of these buttons does something specific, and will rotate it in a specific way. Like this, 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 and this. By the way, you can always press this button in the bottom left to reset the puzzle.
Reset the puzzle?
And I definitely wanted to do that, because this can be worked out with trial and error, but one possible solution for this puzzle: 2, 2, 3, 3. Ah! Let's see. 4, 4, 4, 4. And then a bunch of 2s. Well, that...
Nothing.
We can't rotate the pendulum.
Huh. Well. That's great.
Reset the puzzle?
Oh, that would be why. Well, you get to see a screw-up on camera. As it turns out, resetting the puzzle does not reset the puzzle. That's amazing. I was not aware of that. You know, when a game says it resets the puzzle...
Reset the puzzle?
I expect it to actually, you know, reset it to the beginning.
I'll come back later. It's a metronome.
But apparently, it doesn't do that. So that's, you know, great to know. I was wondering why the solution wasn't working. 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, and then a bunch of 2s. Let's see. 6 of them, to be precise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's done it.
Yeah, that's nice to know. So if you actually want to reset the puzzle, you have to exit out of the puzzle, because otherwise it apparently doesn't work. That's some interesting design.
Neat. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Oh, look at what we found. Ripped photo. The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Later. Now we can confront Poppy about that, but we'll save the confrontations for a little later. However, we can still examine this.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
This should look familiar. So yes. As should be obvious, now you can understand what we're trying to do here. We saw the moon symbols on the puzzle on the door in Fitz's room. We need to place them where they are. We need to place these moon symbols in the correct placements. However, we also had these little sun pieces in Fitz's room. We will need to memorize where these sun symbols are and place them in the correct spots over there.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
And while we have that in our minds,
It's locked.
I thought
we are.
What's that thing by the handle?
place the sun symbols here.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Well, may as well. The rooftop garden. Also, by doing that, you now create a little connecting point on the map. And so, unlike what we just did, they won't have to go all the way around. They could just go through this area. So that's nice.
Oh good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
I mean, it's also just kind of convenient, so you don't have to walk across or, like, walk around the tiny pond.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Almost like they were meant to contain something. That's interesting.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
The lute statue. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head of the statue. And, for examining the harp statue, the lute statue, and the horn statue in the music room, you will get the achievement. Let's see. A swamp monster. You have to examine all three of them. Which, to be fair, is probably an achievement you would get normally anyway, but I don't know. Maybe there's a chance you miss it. Regardless.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Okay, then.
The door into Poppy's room.
So, only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
I guess so. Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
How shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
Oh, sure.
That'd be great.
Knowing Sally, she probably would just sleep here.
It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon. It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only two ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah. Stairs up to Fitz's room.
Why, though? So there are two doors into the garden, right? One from the fellow side and one from the pointer side. But they weren't built at the same level. Just seems kinda sloppy.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
Okay, then.
It's the window into Fitz's bedroom.
You know, he's pretty lucky. I wish my bedroom window had a view this nice.
I mean, it would be kind of nice, honestly.
The stone pillars, or what's left of them.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Huh, interesting. 4 feathers. The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of a large stone frog.
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
I mean, I share the sentiment. I don't know about anyone else, but the sound of rain falling just makes me so drowsy.
It's so relaxing. I might just...
That'd be
Well, now that we've exhausted our search there, let's go to the big room here. The aviary.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage.
Because you basically are.
A rather magnificent bush, somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
Gee, I wonder why.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
I mean, I can't argue with him on this case. Like, look at that thing. It looks like a mask. It's almost like Majora's Mask if it wasn't purple.
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Birds in cage. The 3 brightly colored birds in a heavy, ornate cage.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder who painted them.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle. I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
That is impressive.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird.
Well, I guess we should talk to the one person in the room.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Penny is certainly easier to remember. Easier to say. Also, Grimoire, what are you talking about? Your hair is red, man. Or at least the top part of it is. Also, I love Penny's theme. It's also just... I don't know, it's catchy and it's so much fun.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I'd call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
I mean, fair enough. Do what you want. Where were you yesterday?
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Aw. That's kind of sad. I will say, I wish I kind of enjoy gardening more than I do. Mainly because I have to do a lot of yard work just around the house, upkeep, that kind of thing, but I just really don't enjoy it. It's always so tedious to me, at least in my opinion. Alright, what's your statement, Penny?
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Well, that's quite interesting. What do you think about Tangle Tower?
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my Fitz, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest Pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
I sense some resentment.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
Well, that's all nice.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
I mean, yeah, let's go. Penny's room. It is interesting.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not comforting at all, actually. Imagine being watched by something without eyes. Well, good thing it's not the Silent Hill 2 mannequins. This would be a very different experience.
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
I mean, it depends on what kind of bed sheets they are.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Potted flower. A brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color.
Ever get the feeling
mannequins.
that's not? This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
It just sounds nice, alright?
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
I feel like that would get on my nerves after a little while. Did that bird just vanish into thin air? Like, hang on. Do you vanish? Okay, I guess I hallucinated it. Anyway, I feel like the birds constantly chirping would eventually start to get on my nerves. He did vanish over there.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen.
I mean, you have to get up there.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
Huh. That's interesting. But yeah, you have to get up here somehow unless you have a ladder.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
That's sad.
A little bedtime reading.
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
I mean, why can't they just all be that? Anyway.
That bed.
Does it
No.
It's not coming from
Apparently you can't examine those for whatever reason.
This is the...
Two.
What does
I don't
that...
know.
Or those. But as for this thing,
You know, the birds can easily get in and out of those cages.
Well, if that's true, can they even be considered cages?
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
swap the positions of the 7 birds. You may be wondering, what is the goal here? Or rather, how are you supposed to know what you're supposed to do? That's a fantastic question. Sure is great that they have sort of a hint. By which I mean basically none. The only real hint you have here is that this is kind of like the family portrait, where you're essentially putting 2 together and they form down. So essentially the parents and the child. That's basically the closest thing you get to a hint. And by doing that, you start to realize what's going on here. The yellow and the blue will make the green, because that's how it works. Yellow and blue mixed together just makes green. By mixing together green and white, you get a light green. By mixing together green and red, you get brown. And that's basically all there is to it. There are also the different shapes in the eyes and where they're looking. But to be perfectly honest, that doesn't mean too much. Well, actually, now that I think about it, that is your other clue. You have a fully open eye with a fully shut eye, so you have a slightly open. You have an eye looking to the right, one to the left, and this one is center. Their mouths are also an indication of this. This is fully open, this is fully closed, so this is only slightly open. You get the point. Basically, it's combinations of their eyes, their mouths, and the colors that form the solution.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did the door open? What's in there?
Oh, that's nice. Crumpled paper. A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her. The flower petals originate from red roses growing the rooftop garden. Well, that's all nice and not suspicious. Let's go up to the top now. The astronomy tower.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
Huh.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
I guess, but you'd think that he would write something down at all.
It's tidier than
So, even the most well-used notebook
a picture frame.
with no picture.
That's fascinating.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
Real question here. Who likes cold tea and who likes warm tea? Like, which do you prefer? Personally, I prefer cold tea. I've never really had hot tea, and I don't think I would want it.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally?
Well, clearly she's from Pluto.
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
Almost like they've never been read.
What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
How descriptive.
You're not wrong. There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to?
I mean, I don't know. I'd say it doesn't compare to the astronomy tower from Majora's Mask. That one's worth it just for the music alone.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
Yeah, that probably helps.
Pretty.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Okay.
The bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
I assume a bell?
Other than bells, you mean? It's a chart of the solar. Let's at least introduce ourselves before touching his telescope.
No. Let's push him out the window and then just use the telescope. That'll work too.
Always a good roll. You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Very good question. Rotate the 5 planets, the sun, and the moon around the middle. You may be wondering what you're even trying to do. That's a very good question. Basically, you just have to rotate them onto a very specific position. And make sure that the shadows that they are casting line up correctly. Move them as such. Unfortunately, you cannot move the actual Earth. And there you go. You must move them into this specific position so that the shadows line up inside the lines of this shape.
That's the one.
Other than that, you don't really receive much of any hint as to what you're doing.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
It's good to know that he's not looking at us as we're doing this and stealing his stuff. Golden Beetle. Various research notes and diagrams. 4. The Golden Beetle. Named for its exoskeleton composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold. Has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and by being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. If I remember correctly, over 95 decibels is about as loud as a subway. Not the sandwich, the actual train. Which is quite loud. But, a golden beetle, you say? That sure sounds familiar. For some reason.
It's a note addressed to Richard Remington. The handwriting is immaculate. Richard, our man of the world. A little help is in order. We're worried that the efforts regarding our elusive little friend might be in vain. Send word when you can. The letter is signed FF. And attached is a blurry little picture. It's some kind of metallic insect. The whole thing is a mystery. I have no idea.
I'm sure it's nothing specific. Anyway, let's introduce ourselves.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Yeah, that's nice. So, Percival Pointer, or just Percy if you prefer. He is voiced by John Mondelli, who has done roles such as the Mafia Boss in A Hat in Time, and of all things, Chuck E. Cheese in a 2014 advertising campaign in Dubai. Yeah, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. My research on him didn't come up with too many roles. Sort of. Some places where he did voice acting for were for a lot of characters who, I'll be honest, I did not recognize the names of. But those are at least two that are worth noting. Ah, right. I did neglect to mention one other person. Let's see. Penny here. I neglected to mention her voice actress. She is voiced by Tiana Camacho. Camacho? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I apologize. And she has done roles such as Isabella Keyes in the Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. So she's just basically... God, Isabella cannot keep a hold of any voice actor. She has had a different one in every single game. She also is the voice of Nessa in Pokemon Masters. So, that's really cool. And she has been the most recent voice of Glinda Goodwitch from Ruby, specifically voicing her in Ruby Ice Queendom and I believe part 1 of the Justice League crossover film. She does a fantastic job on there, and I'm hoping that she returns to voice Glinda when the character ultimately returns. Please. Give us more Ruby content, Viz. But yes, I apologize, I neglected to mention her voice earlier. So, tell us about yourself, Percy.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
Where were you yesterday?
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Really? Would you mind telling us about that tug of fate?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
I mean, I guess. But I'm sure they would have appreciated at least some help. I don't know, just saying. So, what do you think about Tangle Tower?
So, which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
I mean, I guess. And with that, you should have gotten both of the achievements I mentioned earlier. You also noticed that we only have 2 pieces of evidence left to collect.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Yeah, let's go now. May as well. Suspect statements. You don't have to do this now, but, I mean, you may as well get it out of the way.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it, until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
And they don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Yeah. Oddly, they seem to just create almost a perfect alibi for everyone. Almost. There is one bit of a flaw in there, but we'll get to that. If you have the chance to confront someone, the game will actually remind you of this by placing a magnifying glass near them. But first, let's go back up there and use the telescope. Since we didn't have a chance before.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
May as well. Interestingly, it seems to be pointed not at the sky, but at Flora's tower.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. The rooftop garden is right underneath Flora's window. The rooftop garden is right... I can just about see the sky behind the tower.
I can't get the telescope to look up any higher.
Weird. It's the tower opposite this one.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
I mean, we did see what seems to be an eye at the roof. Almost seems like there might be something up there.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see behind her is the... I can't really see anything behind.
Unfortunately, there's not much else here.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
How interesting. Why don't we go check out that room now? The attic. And it is appropriately creepy.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
At least the moths are kept well fed. Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen spookier.
Just dusty junk. It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Oh. Well, that just makes me feel all the more comfortable.
Just dusty junk.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Yeah. Clearly someone didn't want to be seen up here.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
Okay, then.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda.
Oh, but look what's right there.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope.
Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
I mean, we may as well look. Oh! Look at that. Right where it's pointed.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I...
Unfortunately, there's not much to examine here. But it gets the message across pretty clear. So, it's time to start presenting basically everything to everyone. Now the thing is, with someone like Flora, you're not gonna get much.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
I mean, yeah, you may as well. As expected, you're not going to get much of anything from Flora. The majority of these are, quite honestly, just going to be...
Did you ask Freya to paint this?
Silence.
Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
She very much is the one who gives the least unique responses, but that's only because she doesn't say anything.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked? Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
She's always such a wealth of knowledge.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
She's so talkative. Like, you can't get her to stop.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there.
If only.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
No, she's like Edgeworth, and she knows nothing. Except for Edgeworth, it's about ice cream.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
Well, we tried. All we can do is start talking to the everyone else. Alright, Felix, what have you got to say about literally everyone?
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Other well, yes, other people, you know.
That was very specifically worded.
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Wow. Don't let him talk about himself for a second.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
Well, that would certainly make sense. She seems to hold Freya in high regard.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
So, yeah, you naturally need to present profiles and evidence to these suspects in order to get, well, more information and be able to confront the others. But often, multiple suspects can give, well, the information you need. Felix basically just told us everything we need to know about the Golden Beetle.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
That seems rather cruel.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective. Good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Yeah, true.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
Wow, that was rather ominous. tell us how you really feel, man.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
Before you ask, no, I did not click. I did not click on that statement. The game just speeds it through for some odd reason, and I have no idea why. If you pause it, you hear the full thing. It's just a bit of a glitch.
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
So yeah, there's not going to be a lot of talking during this part, mainly because it's mainly just presenting a lot of case evidence and profiles. It's what we're going to be doing for the majority of the next few minutes before we start confronting everyone.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall.
It certainly is. Go play the last game, as I've stated. I'm not gonna be... I am openly discussing spoilers now, so... You know... If it wasn't obvious, you should just play the second game before you play this one.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
Fascinating. Would you mind telling us this, or are you just going to be vague?
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
I mean, fair enough. Good on you for respecting our boundaries.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself, too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
I mean, again, you do you, man. Everyone needs a hobby.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
Interesting. I don't seem to remember a bird anywhere near her.
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
Wow, man. Really?
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
I don't believe you.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
Seriously, you don't like any music? Have you just never tried? Nothing ever caught your interest?
Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
I don't know if I would call that cunning. Wasn't hit that well.
I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. Why don't you ask? Looks like her. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Yes, how odd for a book to be in a library.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Maybe.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Goodness me! What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it. Thankfully, most of the evidence dialogue is pretty short. Especially because we have a lot of it to get through. Like, oh my god, so much. Alright, Fifi, what you got on the profiles?
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
How vague?
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes. Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Also, not sure how I feel about there being a 9-year age gap between Felix and Flora. That's a bit uncomfortable.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
Gotcha there.
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
Okie dokie.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Was he now? Are you sure it was a knife, or maybe it was something else?
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The 3 of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Yeah. Probably would have been quite a team if they were still together.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty accurate to what Hawkshaw has been like.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
Interesting.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written The ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Okay, one that's quite funny. Poppy has a good sense of humor, but secondly, I love that little smirk on Sally. Okay, evidence time. A lot of it.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why. Curious. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Wow, you're quite observant.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
I don't know if I would consider it reassuring that there's a pot filled with blood. Even if it's like a small amount of blood, still, that's a fair amount.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Is she laughing?
Well, that was unsettling.
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Well, simple and to the point. Yep. Some people just like eggs. Sunny side up. I'm not sure. I've never actually eaten an egg, so I'm kind of at a loss of what the other types are. Moving on.
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
Good question.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Interesting.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
I'm quite sure that you're lying to me. Like, no one laughs like that if they don't have something to hide.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is?
Yes, clearly.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Well, who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Interesting. So, not a microscope at all.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
I mean, they can.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
I mean, fair. Some people are scared of... Well, I mean, there's a legitimate reason to be scared of spiders, but... I mean, some people are just scared of certain things. And sometimes it doesn't have to make sense. It just is.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Well said, I guess.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
She's kind of adorable, honestly.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
We will do all that in a bit. Let's get everyone out of the way. So be just one long section of giving them profiles and evidence. That way we can have the confrontations all in one section. Alright, Hawkshaw, what do you gotta say?
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
What about Felix?
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
I mean, it depends on the type of people you like, I guess. What about Fifi?
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
She's 19. I don't know I would call that a teenager. Well, barely a teenager. Just past it, basically.
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
What about yourself?
314 cases solved. 314.
Wow. Way to kick a man.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
And Penny?
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
Okay, what about Professor Pointer?
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Curious. And Freya?
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Though the answers would certainly help to solve the mystery, wouldn't it?
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
I mean, she's not wrong.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
It's a good point, technically.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
That basically means I don't know, I don't listen to music.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too?
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'm sorry, can we go back to the possessed doll thing? Like, what is this? I know I mentioned, like, Goosebumps earlier, but seriously, what the hell?
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
I don't know. Something about it is nice. Don't you agree? It just looks nice with the black and the red.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
Yeah. It almost looks like a different art style entirely.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important. Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, totally. Guess we'll never know about the creature's feet, huh, Grimoire? It's not like you haven't seen them before.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
Yeah. If you could, you'd probably use that to make money, honestly.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
I mean, could also be between us, if you let it.
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, Sally.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
Quick to change your tune on that one.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
She's going to slap you.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. And you consider that important evidence, do you? These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories. But they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
How helpful?
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Well, that was fortuitous. Alright, Fitz, tell us about the people. Flora.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Now Felix.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fitz is quite well spoken. What do you think about Fifi?
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Apologies, I just briefly hit the mic a bit. What do you think about yourself?
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
I mean, he is the gardener. I figure he would be able to tell quite easily.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
No, just an inkling of what's going on.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
You hesitated there for a second.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be. Fascinating.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Now for the evidence. I apologize if my commentary is becoming increasingly less common, but been recording for almost 4 hours now, and I am quite sleepy.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
An interesting detail.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
Well said.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story.
Cool story, bro. It's basically what he said.
Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
You're quite insistent on not talking about that, huh?
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right, of course. What's with the broken glass?
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Conveniently avoiding the question with a different type of answer.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny, inedible fruit?
You look at it.
I mean, yeah, I guess. It is kind of cool to look at.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Man. Considering you're like the expert gardener and growing all this stuff, if you can't do it that well, then yeah, it must be quite the special thing.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Honestly, it would be if people respected personal boundaries still. But in my experience, people will still try to talk to you even if you're doing something. Unfortunately. Seriously, just work retail for any bit of time, and you will quickly find people who will come up to you and ask you for help or a question even when you're lifting something heavy over your head. And it just begs the question of, are they blind? Do they have any sense at all? Apparently not.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
I mean, fair enough.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
I do not believe you.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Go watch Full Metal Alchemist.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too. There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. Let's talk to Penny. Okay, we only got 3 more people left, and then it is confronting time. Oh, this is a lot of talking. Penny, what do you think about Flora?
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
I mean, I guess that's fair. You don't have to like him.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
I mean, probably.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
I mean, it's not an incorrect statement.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Oh, really? How interesting.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
I mean, I kind of have to agree to an extent. It's cool, but it's also a case of, like, I can't really use that info for anything practical. At least in my opinion.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
Just stroking your own ego there, I guess.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
I don't know if that's true or not.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
Sorry about that. It's always good to have a drink during long talking sections.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
I mean, I guess. She is kind of intimidating.
Oh, that's rather sad. Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable.
I mean, it kind of is, actually.
How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
It is a bit eye-searing in some degree.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
Yeah, kinda.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
I mean, everything we're learning about her seems to indicate that, yes.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them? Even this one of...
Yes. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
All of you just need to, like, stop dancing around the subject and just speak.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
I'm sorry, what do you mean you didn't know there were that many grades? Seriously, Grimoire?
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. I don't know what that is. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
Okay, you didn't need to sound so foreboding there.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct?
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
Would you provide us with a very good answer?
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course! Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
I mean, depends on how much you like your hat.
Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
I failed to see how.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
I mean, it's part of the mystery, so it is our business. Absolutely.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea. There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Later.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. We still have to confront Professor Pointer as well, with all this stuff. So many things. My brain hurts.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
Wow. What a jerk.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends. Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
I mean, yeah, she doesn't seem like the type to, like, tell you what to do. She kind of just does her own thing. Maybe if you were, you know, a decent person towards her, then you'd get along.
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Well, that tells us everything now, doesn't it?
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
You are just trying to get on everyone's, like, list today, aren't you?
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
That is also incorrect. Or rather, it was correct when this game came out. But now there are far more of them. So, Jupiter, why do you have so many moons?
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time. Until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship. My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Well, That was certainly nice and happy and, clearly not indicative of anything just potentially traumatic or devastating or just, suspicious.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
Fascinating. Alright, evidence time.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Wow, clearly you don't want us messing with it. So we're gonna mess with it.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
I mean, maybe, but it seems like the brush would be too soft to actually stab anyone. Even after it dries, that's still not gonna, do anything. The only way you could stab someone with a paintbrush is with the end of it. Like, the non-brush part, the handle. And clearly there's no blood on it.
Is this important?
Possibly.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Sure.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
Yeah, it's not incorrect. I'll have to give him that.
These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there.
That's a weird way to describe her.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
Well, it doesn't have any blood on it, so calm down there, Sherlock.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
I mean, yeah. Books are meant to be read, not just put on a shelf constantly.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
In other words, he never wants to talk to you. And I honestly can't blame him.
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
I mean, maybe that's one of the reasons why Poppy is so interested in Fitz right now. Because her mother was a floriculturalist. I probably butchered saying that. But maybe it's a way of getting closer to her? Metaphorically, of course.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
I mean, pretty much.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Later. But yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Is this a clue? It basically is now. I picked it up. I say it's a clue. And finally, time for Poppy. Time for profiles. Flora.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Poppy easily has the best reactions to the profiles.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some 4 walls make around a room.
Fifi.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
Fits.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Freya.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
Hawkshaw.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
Professor Pointer.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Penny.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
And finally, Poppy herself.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Yeah, Sally can speak from experience. Now, Poppy is the one person who you're going to want to present all the profiles to, simply because you get an achievement, a poet and a pianist, which is just to ask Poppy about each of the suspects. Very clear. Now for the evidence.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
It is a bit odd that there's no harps anywhere in this place.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone, or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
She's not entirely wrong. It's hard to say that it's that much of a clue. Because the fact that it looks like she's holding a knife is kind of what's throwing so many wrenches into the gears here.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Freya would always load up the palette with...
Didn't mean to press that.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
I don't know if I believe you.
What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh. How nice. I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
I mean, yeah. Eventually you have to confront your nightmares if you want to conquer them. It doesn't always work, but it certainly can help.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah.
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Yeah, you're not doing a great job of passing this off.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
We'll play the tune later.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that.
I mean, as someone who can sneak up on people, it is kind of fun to just watch from a distance and scare them. I have to admit that.
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. That belongs to Flora, I think.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. I think it's kinda cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Yeah, some people just like to collect bugs, man.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. For right now, we have all of the confrontations lined up. Whew. Okay, that was a lot of talking. But now we can actually start heading into the end game, basically. Once we get all of these confrontations out of the way. Especially because we're still missing one piece of evidence. So we'll just present that to them, but that's easy.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Something which explains the knife-like object in the painted portrait.
Let's take a closer look at this.
So, select the correct piece of evidence. And now compare them. What's the connection between the two clues? Use this little cursor thing and drag it to basically the comparison point. The painted knife is actually on just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
Indeed there is. The painted models.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
In the empty egg. After all, something was clearly in there, just isn't anymore.
That we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Well, look at that. Flora's drawings. Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya, X. And we have our last piece of evidence.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Well, if there is, she ain't telling. Now on to Felix.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
So time to confront you.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this.
Have you figured it out? One of these is a bit off. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint plot. But the lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Clearly it is. And yes, Sally can do this as well, just like Grimoire. Why is Felix stealing Freya's paint relevant to the murder? This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood. Before Freya used it to paint Flora.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
I mean, that's fair. Also, yeah, it is kind of just paint, but at the same time, it's still her stuff, man. It's still not right to steal it from her, regardless of it being just paint. Hello, Fifi.
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Well, we gotta confront you about this diary.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation? Very
Yes.
well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
If you were paying close attention, it's in this photo.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Place this here. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi didn't want to see any personal secrets. Didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer Works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the heart. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. Well, that's nice and ominous. Hello, Hawkshaw.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
Well, we gotta confront you.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. The golden beetle.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Because it's not a microscope at all.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw lied about it.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
So, Professor Pointer and Hawkshaw speculate that Freya stole the golden beetle. Quite an interesting theory there. I am so incredibly sleepy.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
Alright, what do you got to say, Fitz?
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
The ornate trowel.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower,
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
Okay.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Yeah, now you're just lying, man. You're blatantly lying.
Let's take a closer look at these.
This one is incredibly obvious. I'm sorry. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil I brought for lunch. That's an interesting diet there, Sally.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
I mean, fair enough. It's a bit of an invasion of her privacy, but... I mean, I guess it's a bit fair.
How sweet.
Yeah, I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
Well, that's easy.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
This one is just used the other half of the photo. Easy.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Well, that was informative. But yeah, it does almost make it seem kind of irrelevant compared to everything else we've learned.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
Well, that's quite clear. Use Freya's drawings.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
I mean, it's pretty clear. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
Oh, well, that's easy. The feathers.
Let's take a closer look at these.
How about this yellow feather? This yellow feather was used to kill Penny's yellow bird to confuse me. Yes, clearly.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
I mean, you are kind of overreacting to this whole thing. If you really have that much of an issue about it, talk with him about it. Obviously, spying on him isn't gonna solve the problem.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
And now for the final confrontation. Probably. Alright, Pointer, what do you got? What lies are you gonna tell?
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're trying to get a planet named after yourself? No. You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
That would be insects.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Yep, that's all the confrontations down. Time to gather our thoughts.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
May as well. Oh. Well, that's interesting.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya. A wooden toy of some kind. A layer of dark ink lays beneath a sheet of glass.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Maybe. The next chapter, unfinished business. Now, something important to note, adding to this whole thing of we may possibly be getting involvement from the ghost of Freya. As mentioned, the little girl is not in this game, despite having been in the previous two. She was planned to be in the game at one point, as part of a trio alongside Grimoire and Sally, but was cut during development. But what's interesting here is the fact that the little piece of music that played when we discovered the little crab toy is basically her theme song. Rather interesting that we just have her theme playing when we get assistance from a ghost. She's the one character we still know nothing about in this series, besides being mysterious, knowing about creatures, and helping us for random reasons we still know nothing about. How fascinating.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Paint from the red pot was replaced by blood from the paint pot. To resemble... to hide the evidence?
Paint from the paint pot was replaced by blood from the paint pot to hide the evidence. Nope.
I'll be honest, where did the blood come from and how was it used? I'll be honest, my brain is currently dying and yes, to prove the existence of magic.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted flora to resemble a bloody knife. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Ah, yes, I see now.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
I mean, it's certainly possible. But yes, apologies for mistakes, but I am, like, near unconscious at this point. Luckily, though, there's not too much of the game left. By the way, you remember these birds from the beginning of the game that were humming a little tune? Yeah, that tune. It has now been added to the crab. How fascinating. Where else did we hear some pieces of music? The bell. The gramophone. With specifically this cassette.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
And now the humming is in the toy. And finally, back to Poppy's music room. Remember, if we ask her to play the sheep music,
Yeah, it's mine.
or rather present the sheep music to her, we can ask her to play a tune. There was no point before to doing this, but now...
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
May as well. And we have all of them.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
Well, now we can actually solve this. Of course, it's actually fairly simple. You basically just have to match it. That's about it. Just match the symbols to each other.
Nope.
Well, I'm a stupid person. There it is.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Well, that's nice and inviting.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
As a slight note, if you have any other questions left to ask them, or just want to present any remaining pieces of evidence, profiles, anything beyond that, do it now. Because once we go down there, you cannot go back up. It is the point of no return. Underneath. Well, this is Very inviting and not creepy at all.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal. What's in there?
Oh, a lot of bugs.
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Yeah, really does.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
Interesting.
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
I mean, what else would I call them?
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. Hand-drawn entomology charts.
Starting to think we're in Professor Pointer's place.
It's so dark, I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small. A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
Was there such a thing as medieval pirates?
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection. It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Well, that's unsettling.
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
And if we click down here...
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
Click and drag the paper around. Oh, would you look at that?
Reminds me of the chart from the library.
The one from the chalkboard.
Yeah. This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
Indeedy we did. And we also see this now.
Is that a periodic table?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols, mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh.
Interesting. So, there is an achievement tied to this. A very easily missable one. In fact, it's the last achievement I got in the game because I didn't find this. Called Chemistry or Alchemy. And it requires you finding these on the chalkboard, this on the clipboard in the greenhouse, and this. You must find all 3.
Is that a periodic?
No, but they're mostly...
Huh. Chemistry apparatus.
How astute of you.
A glass tank. It's full of plants.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside.
I believe that's actually all the optional achievements left in the game. So, it's pretty much just a straight shot from here.
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
They can. Diagonally slide the latches until they're in the correct position. Oy, let me pull up the answer here. So, this is quite the annoying puzzle, but certainly a solvable one. Basically, in the case of this puzzle, you just have to slide these out and ultimately provide a sort of pathway. You have to connect this key on a pathway until it reaches the actual keyhole. Using these lines on these... I don't know what I would call them, actually. This is a little specific. There we go.
No, that was it.
And there we go. That can be a bit of a time-consuming puzzle if you don't know what you're doing.
Nice work.
But it's still certainly a solvable one.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Secret Research. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. 1. Our unique flora and fauna is a byproduct of a number of as-yet identified chemicals. 2. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. 3. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemical may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected.
Whose research is this?
Well, I think that should be fairly obvious.
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
Gee, I wonder what that is. The Golden Beetle.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Yep, may as well. the lowest level. As if it couldn't get any creepier. Hey. But yeah, she had to have known what was going on. Based on what Hawkshaw told us, she's remarkably intelligent and observant.
Basements don't normally have windows?
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Good question.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty.
Ugh. You ever, like, handle or smell wet cardboard? It's just gross.
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
Yeah, let's finish this quickly so we don't drown, probably.
This room looks old. Like, old.
It makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern.
Gives off kind of a dungeon vibe.
What do people actually use chains for?
Nothing good.
I mean, usually to chain things down. Just saying.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Gee, I wonder whose it is.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Well, let's unroll it. Click and drag it. And look at what we have here. Misted Mansion, North Side cross-section.
Misted Mansion, North Side cross-section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
Yeah, that's, odd.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. Storage.
It's Freya's room.
That's a bit concerning that her room was literally the storage room.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it? The library.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
Good question.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. It's the aviary. Music room.
The grand hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Ah, yes, the aquarium, with nothing in it.
It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
God, the music in this part is so creepy.
And that's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
Definitely sends a chill up your spine.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
And that's the lake, right?
It used to be a lot lower down.
So, the whole house is built on top of some kind of platform.
Apparently. This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Misted Mansion, a roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage, a room labeled study in the center. And yes, we now have a second evidence page. However, because we can't go back up there right now, we cannot present any of this to any of the suspects. So they don't have any dialogue for this.
This room looks old, like...
It makes the rest of the house. It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time. We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Metal rod. A sleek but sturdy metal rod. It has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
Good question. Damaged photo. It's been framed but is slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. Yeah, surely that indicates, clearly that's not indicating animosity of some kind. Surely.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
Yeah, definitely.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
It's only now creeping you out?
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Children's book, Mistids of the Sea and Sky, a children's picture book. It looks very old. The ink dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage, the silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Interesting. The soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. The amphiboi. Amphiboi? A frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. That one certainly sounds familiar. Actually, can I look at it in more detail? I mean, I can. Not that it does much of anything. Well, we have 2 entire sections to talk with.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with 1 candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Yeah. It's possible that whatever was here has already been found and dealt with.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
The painted models.
Felix made a little model of him? For Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Fellow. Or Lord Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
Let's go. The Grand Hall.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Good question. So, Sally, about wanting to finish this before it gets dark? Looks like you're not going to get your wish. Give me 1 second for just a pause. Alright. So, there's not much here to examine.
Let's look for a way into the study. It's somewhere in the middle of the house.
The room was marked on the building plans we found.
Yes, we know.
Let's look...
The room was marked on the building plans we found.
So yes, you can't really examine much of anything right now. They'll just keep pointing you to the map and want you to go forward.
The family tree.
Except for the family tree.
I can just about still make it out.
And, well, we certainly know a lot more about the people on this tree.
Pretty. Pretty. Lord Remington.
He sounds important.
At the very least, we know a lot more about them.
Flint Fellow. I guess he doesn't live here anymore. Felix Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects. Richard Remington.
The one and only.
There's not much to say about this now.
Pandora Pointer. I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
They'll just either say they've met them or that they don't live here anymore. But the fact that they actually account for that is pretty cool. Nice detail.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hold your breath.
Hang on. It's pitch black. But I think there's a switch.
Pull it. There's not really any reason not to do this. Because again, you can't explore anything else in the mansion at this point. You could certainly try.
Let's not wander off right now.
But Grimoire will not let you.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Climb the ladder. The Hidden Heart. And yeah. This is this is certainly a thing.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah. They're on the inside.
Ah, great. So there was something in this aquarium. Perfect.
Watch out. Floor's wet.
Thanks. Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Oh, yeah. Like, surprisingly, everything else is more concerning. I mean, look at this thing.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Yeah, that fits. The fact that the eyes are lit up as well certainly isn't helping.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank. A wooden stool. That's how we got in. It leads down into the Great Hall.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in or out. Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing?
Yeah. That just means that whatever was in them isn't occupying them anymore. For better or worse.
Hooks. Big hooks.
That's a bookcase. It's mostly empty.
What a surprise.
They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber.
Death chamber, death chamber.
Of doom.
Aw, you ruined it. God, is King Boom Boo gonna show up?
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Ooh. Yeah, 15-foot bird. That, I don't think I would want to encounter that.
Some kind of fish. Well, how about we stop talking about it? Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated and the claws can be open and closed. Do you remember where we saw this? Yep. We saw it in the children's book we just picked up. And we basically just have to make it look like it did in the book. In this case, that amounts to... You basically amount to doing this. Click on the claws to open and close them. Just click on these, and you can move the claws around. It is a bit finicky in certain spots, but still possible.
Perfect.
It doesn't necessarily have to be perfect, but it's close enough. And with that, it's open and we get...
What's this?
Well...
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
A clear crossbow.
What is it?
A weapon.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already.
All of them have been already picked up. The metal rod. The small lens. And the real thingy.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Yeah, we still have a bit more to go here.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
Gee, I wonder where that is.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Notebook. Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located. Finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works. Perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know. It's time. That's foreboding.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Oh, nice. Burnt items. Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Amongst the ashes are several black buttons. Red-colored scraps of fabric are still visible. So, you remember how Penny's room, near her bed, it was mentioned that it felt quite warm? Like there was a heater? Yeah, the incinerator was on the other side of that.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Group photo. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and it looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men, wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces crudely covered with black ink. Well, one of these people certainly looks incredibly familiar. And now the mystery has fully deepened and is starting to connect.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Pinboard. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure. They sure look familiar.
Someone's been using this room.
The study.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Side note, was that a reference to The Legend of Zelda? It's not a secret to everybody. Obviously a nod to the iconic "It's a secret to everybody." Just wanted to point that out. But yes, we have what we need. The photo of the painting. And one of Freya's drawings, which was clearly ripped off from here. No wonder it didn't look like she didn't draw it. She didn't.
The painting from Freya's room.
At all.
And those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
And finally, 5 people.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Well, we certainly recognize at least one of them. But all the others... I mean... I can work out who at least another one of them is. The murder.
Time to solve this.
Machinations of murder.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Well, clearly it wasn't Flora, because she had also fallen down, indicating that she may have also fallen unconscious. I doubt it was paint fumes, because you'd think she would be prepared against that sort of thing. So, by that logic, the only thing that makes any sort of sense is the gramophone, which happened to be cracked.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Ah, yes, it emits poison gas, clearly. There was something in the gramophone.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
The only thing that it could be is the golden beetle, which can emit a loud hiss of over 95 decibels. Like I mentioned, that's incredibly loud.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. And I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Yep. What was affected by the powerful frequency?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration.
I'm actually not sure if you can present any of those specific pieces of evidence or if it just has to be the gramophone. But I wouldn't be surprised if you could also present the paint or the cassette player.
Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
Oh, that's easy. There's one particular object we've come across that can block noise.
They protected themselves.
How?
Oh, easy. Fitz's headphones. Or earmuffs.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Go to Flora's Tower. Well, I hope you like just threatening scenes. Imagine it being late at night, and suddenly you just come to this scene. The silence, the darkness, and no idea of what could come out of it.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
It is. It's the type of plant that's used for the ink-tip bird.
I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
And it's dark. And it's dark.
Very dark. There's literally nothing that could be seen.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Possibly. The missing clue.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
I mean, we found it somewhere else.
We found it somewhere else.
Clearly burnt. Incinerated away to get rid of the evidence.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's Tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the gramophone.
You think so?
Maybe not. Freya left it for us right here.
I am very sleepy.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
How did Freya show us her intentions for the painting?
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
I'll be honest, my brain is currently dead to the world, so...
The black paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window.
Apologies for that. I have been recording for about 6 hours now, and I am ready to go to bed after this. But let's finish this.
Oh.
But yes, it should be clear what exactly was in the window. By the way, hi. Hi there.
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did.
Hi there.
But she's a very good listener.
Hawkshaw.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
And yes, I could just edit out my mistakes, but you get to see them in full to know that I make them. I mean, who cares? Everyone has brain farts. Hi there.
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
I guess tie her hands. I mean, it's rope.
Lovely. Now, tell me, What was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Side note, this is why I did not mention Hawkshaw's voice actor when we went over her. Mainly because there was no point, and it would have very clearly spoiled the plot twist. Any of these options is the correct option.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
She's lonely. Clearly. I mean, you even told us yourself.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
Yeah. We technically can move around during this,
Let's not wander off right now.
but there's not really a point.
Let's not wander off right now.
Also, you can only go so many places.
The family tree. I can just about...
I am curious.
Penelope Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects.
Okay, they didn't account for that. Doesn't hurt to try. You can explore around, but there is quite literally no point. Let's continue your explanation, Penny. The era of Misted Mansion.
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Sure, yeah.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids? Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Something Penny found in the study that answered her questions. Well,
that's not it.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts. The creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up, but instead, I made a decision.
a lowly entomologist.
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The golden beetle.
So, where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Good question. The will of Freya Fellow. Time for the end.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted? That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Lake's Edge.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
Poppy. That's a hat. That's not an actual bird.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
And that's the end. Yes, a very abrupt ending, to put it lightly. So, let's get my final thoughts on the game out of the way while the beetle crawls. Overall, the game is pretty great. There's a lot of personality to these characters and even just to the game itself. Even while I still prefer the colorful art style of the previous game, or I guess I should say the darker art style of the previous game, I still quite love the color that's given here. It really pops. It has just a special way of, I don't know, capturing your attention. Ultimately, it's just, it's very nice to look at, is what I'm saying. And the animation is great. They did not fail in that department at all. The music is also fantastic. Which, side note, once you beat the game, you do unlock the music player. And you can play any music you want. You also unlock the art gallery. And can look at pretty much anything you want to. There is concept art and specific notes on the development, which is really cool. And as shown here, this is from an older version of the game and had the little girl as part of the team. I will leave it up to you to actually play the game yourself so you can see the art gallery in full. But yeah. Art is great, animation is great, the music is fantastic, the voice acting is great, everyone gives their A game. I think my only criticisms come near the end of the game for the story and for the puzzles. A number of the puzzles feel... how to best put this? They feel like they have a bit of a lack of direction to them. Certain puzzles really do feel like they expect you to figure out what you're trying to do without giving you much indication. Probably a good example is the bird puzzle. On the surface, it certainly seems simple after you know what you're doing. But the problem is, you don't. When you get in there, all you have is a bunch of birds that are different colors, have different eyes, and different beaks. But it's up to you to actually see that, and to actually put that together. Not only that, but you also have no idea of what the goal of the puzzle even is in the first place. So at that point, it feels more like trial and error style guessing. Another example is in the clock puzzle near Hawkshaw, where you basically have to be able to figure out of what the correct number is for each clock, and thus its placement. It's interesting, is what I'll say. The puzzles are certainly fascinating, And they can be good puzzles, but I feel like they just lack enough indication of what the player is supposed to be doing. Even a small step in the right direction would improve them, but they kind of don't have that. So it becomes not just figuring out how to solve the puzzle, but it also becomes a case of figuring out what type of solution you're even supposed to be trying to get. And that really doesn't gel with me. It makes the puzzles a bit more frustrating than they should be on a first playthrough. But overall, they're not necessarily bad, but just kind of not as well thought out as they could be, in my opinion. And I am fully aware, after having played the demo, that the Mermaid Mask, the next game in the series, will have puzzles like this. Much to my dismay. Though I am hoping that they will be a little more well thought out. As for the story, overall, it's quite good, and there's a lot to it, but at the same time, there are two complaints I have. The first is that a good deal of the story feels like it's more setup than anything, probably for the next game, rather than actually any type of conclusion. We obviously can piece together a bit of why Penny is doing this, because she needs something to do in her life. She feels inadequate. She feels like she hasn't accomplished much, and is looking for her own purpose in life. At least that's what I got from it. But at the same time, it feels like there's so many unanswered questions that are clearly meant to be answered in the next entry. And having setup in a story isn't a bad thing, but when it's almost entirely set up, it can feel a bit unfulfilling. And that's not even mentioning how some things just feel unimportant to the grand scheme of things. The entire implied love triangle with Penny, Fitz, and Poppy effectively goes nowhere. The same thing applying also to Poppy's changing of her colors. It just feels like they're implied to be important, and then they suddenly aren't. They don't really matter by the end of the game. It can lead to a feeling of being, well, just unfulfilling and anticlimactic by the game's end. Especially with that incredibly abrupt ending. So overall, while it's still well written, I feel like it could have used a bit more time in the proverbial oven. Because, I don't know, unless some of these things are followed up on in the Mermaid Mask, which I'm not certain they will be, then otherwise it feels like it sometimes is just kind of wasting the player's time. Granted, it does help into developing the characters, but if the development doesn't feel finished, it's hard to say how effective it is. But yeah, overall, those are just my final thoughts on the game. Should you play it yourself? Absolutely. Granted, if you've watched this, then you've already seen everything. But I would still recommend it. And I'd recommend picking up the next game, The Mermaid Mask, which, as I'm recording this, will have released yesterday. I'm currently finishing this recording on the morning of the 17th. But I would absolutely recommend getting that. Now, as for whether I'm actually going to do a video on The Mermaid Mask, the answer is yes, but it will have to wait, simply because I don't want to do a first playthrough of it on screen, because I have no idea how long the game is in comparison to the others, and if the puzzles are even remotely like this game, I don't want to have all of my struggling be on screen, regardless of whether I could edit it out or not. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I would highly recommend you pick up and play these games yourselves. They are absolutely worth the purchase. None of them are expensive. or at least not too expensive, especially not in current day standards. And I'm interested to see where this story is ultimately going. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another game set after the Mermaid Mask, probably. But overall, SFB Games, you did a good job. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you got next. So anyway, if you enjoyed this very long video, I didn't intend it for to be over 6 hours, but the game was that long, then please leave a like or a comment. The comment is even more appreciated, just so these videos can branch out a bit more. Every bit of help is appreciated. And any bit of advice on how to improve these videos is also appreciated. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and have a good night.